companionship with you, lifting their hearts frequently in prayer. Give them the wisdom to learn to be faithful stewards of the gifts you have provided. We pray in your holy name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Mr. President.
The senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I suggest
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
we in a quorum? I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Okay, first I'm going to do the administrative stuff. Mr. Leader, Mr. President, I understand there are 2 bills at the desk due for a second reading on block.
The clerk will read the titles of the bill for the second time.
S2670, a bill to provide for redistricting reform and further purposes. S2671, a bill to amend the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 to provide for additional disclosure requirements for corporations, labor organizations, super PACs, and other entities and for other purposes.
And, Madam President, in order to place the bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding on block. Mr. President, sorry. What did I say? Oh, Mr. President.
Objections having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, this morning we resume consideration of the bipartisan infrastructure bill. There'll be a vote at noon to invoke cloture on the substitute amendment, which will move the process forward by the book. Democrats are very eager to start voting on further amendments, but we need consent from the chamber to schedule those amendment votes. We worked all day Thursday to come up with an agreement with our Republican colleagues on such a package, but unfortunately, we're not able to. So, we can get this done the easy way or the hard way. In either case, the Senate will stay in session until we finish our work. It's up to my Republican colleagues how long it takes. I yield the floor.
And Mr. President,
The Senator from Vermont.
I applaud what the Majority Leader just said. We are here. A lot of senators, both Republicans and Democrats, have rearranged schedules to be here. Let's go forth and do the country's business. If the people have amendments they want, bring them up. Vote them up or vote them down. But let's just get on and do our work. My Appropriations Committee staff worked very, very hard with both the Republican and Democratic side on the parts of this piece of legislation that required work from the Appropriations Committee. They have worked weekends, evenings, long, long days, drafting and redrafting to make sure that people on both sides approved of what they wanted. Now the American people expect us to vote. We're here. Let's vote. I'm happy to see Republican amendments or Democratic amendments come up. But it's one thing to talk about them on the news shows or on social media or trying to talk to the press in the halls and make sound bites. It's another thing to actually vote. Let's vote. That's how people know where we stand. That's how the people in our state know where we stand. And frankly, those who are afraid they may cast a vote that create problems, well, we're not here to cast only popular votes. I've cast more votes than all but one person in the history of this country. I've cast well over 16,000, almost 17,000 votes. I'm sure I can go back over those votes and find some and say, retrospect, I might have voted the other way. But I voted. And what we're doing in not bringing this up and getting this done, we're trying to vote maybe. I don't know anybody in my state, Republican or Democrat, who elected senators to say, we want you to vote maybe. No, want you to vote. Doesn't mean the people in my state will agree on every vote. I hope that they'll agree on a lot of them. But I will represent my state, I'll represent my conscience, but I will represent the Senate. And I'll represent my oath of office. My oath of office is not to just sit here and do nothing but talk to the press and others. My oath of office is I respect the Constitution and I'll vote. So, Mr. President, let's hope they vote. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Morning business. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The Republican leader.
I have consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Today, the Senate will decide whether to move the bipartisan infrastructure bill closer toward a final vote. Like I've said before, I'm quite confident that out of 100 United States senators, there are 100 of us who believe the bill is imperfect. This isn't exactly the bill I would have written on my own in my office, and 99 of my colleagues would say the very same thing. This is a compromised product crafted by colleagues with big, principled differences. in a Senate with the narrowest possible split. But in my view, what our early statesmen called internal improvement is a core government responsibility. The American people need roads, bridges, ports, and airports to build their businesses, build their families, and build their lives. Republicans and Democrats have radically different visions these days, but both those visions include physical infrastructure that works for all of our citizens. As the Kentucky Farm Bureau wrote to me recently, the investments this bill will make are not just necessary, in many cases, they're overdue. Our country has real needs in this area. There are many outstanding amendments that are important that would improve this legislation and that deserve votes before the Senate is asked to vote on final passage of this bill. The full Senate deserves its full chance to shape this important legislation. I hope senators can work together in a bipartisan way to get more amendments up and continue improving this important bill. Our colleagues on both sides deserve to be heard. Now, the Democratic leader has indicated that in a few days he will thrust the Senate into an ultra-partisan showdown over the staggeringly reckless taxing and spending spree that Democrats want to ram through later this year. The size and the scope of Chairman Sanders' socialist shopping list will make every disagreement we've had in landing the infrastructure compromise look like a rounding error. New permanent welfare with no work requirements, reams of Green New Deal mandates, massive tax hikes that shrink wages and kill jobs, government meddling in child care that would privilege certain families' choices over others, amnesty for illegal immigrants in the middle of a border crisis. At a time, Democrat spending already has inflation hammering American families, Republicans could not be more eager to debate our colleagues on all of these subjects. We can't wait to get Democrats on record over many more trillions of dollars in reckless borrowing to fund socialist spending on radical policies that families are not asking for. Our philosophy is the polar opposite. Republican policies would create good jobs, strong wage growth, and stable prices for middle-class families, just like our country had just a year and a half ago. The most pro-worker economy in a generation just a year and a half ago. Republicans want to give working families the tools and the opportunities to build their lives that they want. Democrats want to force them to live the lives the Democrats want. The stakes in this debate could not be higher. And very soon, the country will see it aired out here, right on the Senate floor. The Democratic leader will be putting the full radicalism of the far left right here on this floor. He's making every one of his members vote on nothing less than Chairman Sanders' dream shopping list. Every American family will know exactly where their senator stands. Now, on one final matter, I've already discussed how the Biden administration has nominated a proud and proven opponent of Americans' constitutional rights to run the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. I don't think there could be any more evidence that David Chipman is the wrong choice to serve as the top federal administrator of firearms policy. He has a long record of hostility to lawful gun owners, a variety of complaints from those who've worked with him in the past. How could it get worse? Mr. Chipman has suggested radical and sweeping steps like banning private sales that are lawful, overriding state laws, and imposing sweeping restrictions on a class of weapons he has yet to clearly define. Among some current and former ATF agents, he's earned a concerning reputation as, quote, a bully, an activist, whose extreme views threaten to undermine the trust the agency needs to conduct oversight. And sources within the ATF have also come forward describing allegedly racially discriminatory comments the nominee made in the workplace regarding personnel decisions. So even a few days ago, it was not difficult to realize this as an instance in which the Senate, on a bipartisan basis, should take a pass. But somehow, in just the last few days, it has actually gotten worse. Earlier this week, news reports indicated that Mr. Chipman had failed to disclose to our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee a TV appearance he made several years ago. And this wasn't just any TV appearance. Mr. Chipman had granted an interview to a propaganda network overseen by the Chinese government. A new letter to the Senate signed by 7 former career ATF agents summed it up this way. Mr. Chipman's views and record would, quote, create serious and long-lasting problems for the Bureau and the effective execution of its law enforcement mission. And the Senate has spent quite enough time flirting with this profoundly misguided nomination. The American people deserve a trustworthy steward leading the ATF with a record of respecting their rights and respecting his or her colleagues. It is long past time the Biden administration revisit this decision and to send us somebody who fits that description.
Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 3684, which the clerk will report.
Order calendar number 100, H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs and further purposes.
Mr. President?
The senator from Idaho. Oh, the senator from West Virginia.
It's been a long couple of days, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call, Mr. President?
We are not.
We're not. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This week, the Senate has been considering historic infrastructure legislation. We've seen a lot of positives in this process. 22 amendments have been processed, and 12 of those amendments have been adopted. Many of those are bipartisan amendments that our fellow senators have worked on together. On Thursday, we saw the process hit a snag, and we have colleagues who sincerely want to debate their remaining amendments. But we had objections that prevented our votes from moving forward. In my view, that's unfortunate. I want everybody's voice to be heard, because of a number of the amendments awaiting action would actually improve this legislation. And again, we have consensus on both sides on that. I hope we can reach agreement on a package of amendments that can receive votes before we pass this bill in final. In particular, I support an amendment that Senator Cornyn from Texas would like to offer to allow states to use previously appropriated COVID funding to finance infrastructure projects. When I began negotiating with the White House in April and May, this was one of the things that I put on the table with the President, and I know the G20 has also had this on the table with the President. So it's been a topic of great discussion, both here in the Senate, but also with the White House as well. The Cornyn-Padilla amendment would unlock tens of billions of dollars, more for highway, transit, and housing infrastructure without adding to the cost of this legislation. I plan to vote for cloture at noon because this infrastructure legislation makes important investments in our nation's future. I'm a West Virginian, and all West Virginians and all Americans will benefit from the roads, bridges, water infrastructure, broadband, and other modes of core infrastructure that would be financed through this bill. But I believe something more foundational than infrastructure is at stake here. We need to demonstrate to the American people that we can work together in this Congress to pass major legislation that benefits our country, and I might add, legislation that we've passed more than a few times in the past. Infrastructure is that perfect place to do that. Senator Carper and I led the Environment and Public Works Committee with a Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill, which the President's on that committee. We passed that out of our committee with unanimous support, and we also passed a drinking water bill that passed out of our committee with unanimous support, but also out of this body with 89 votes. Both of those bills are included in this package in their entirety. Bipartisan bills reported by Commerce and the Energy Committees are also included. I certainly appreciated Chairman Carper's leadership and partnership throughout the entire process. I appreciate the efforts of our colleagues in the G22 who have worked with each other tirelessly and with the Biden administration to get us to this point. We will soon have a chance to advance this infrastructure legislation towards final passage. Is this bill perfect? No. No compromise legislation ever is. But it will make a big difference in modernizing our country's infrastructure. More than that, we will demonstrate that both Republicans and Democrats can come together and do big things that move our country forward. I have just a bit of a recitation to remind folks what is in this bill. I'll try to speed this part up. The bill provides $303.5 billion over 5 years for federal highway programs, a 35% increase. That investment represents historic funding for our roads and bridges and provides states with the long-term certainty that they need and flexibility that they need to complete projects. The bill ensures that 90% of the funding is distributed by formula, very predictable, gives the states the certainty they need to prioritize their projects. For West Virginia, that means over $3 billion over 5 years. That's a huge investment for our state and much needed. This bill also creates something that I'm passionate about, the Rural Surface Transportation Grant Program, to award $2 billion in competitive grants over 5 years to improve and expand roads and bridges in rural America. I'm especially excited that this program has a 25% set aside for projects that support the completion of the Appalachian Highway Development System, otherwise known as ADHS. That set-aside means ADHS projects in West Virginia are eligible to compete for $500 million over 5 years in discretionary grants. This package will move our Quarter H project along significantly because we know that that project will be getting $195 million, and this grant program opens up the possibility of more. This is a vital connection in our state for our tourism and our economy. It also will open us up even broader to the East Coast. West Virginia will receive $506 million to refund and repair our state's bridges, addressing a critical need, certainly in our state and across the nation. This funding is part of the single largest investment in bridge infrastructure since the construction of the interstate highway system. Briefly, the bill recognizes that broadband is core infrastructure and prioritizes unserved communities. This is the area I've gotten really the most questions about. What is this going to do for West Virginia, for the digital divide areas that are still unserved? Today, education, tourism, healthcare all rely on high internet speeds. I launched my Capito Connect initiative in 2015 to help expand broadband infrastructure in our state. Many communities that lack adequate broadband are already struggling economically. It is impossible to compete for jobs if a community cannot offer good internet service, causing these areas to fall even further behind. And I will say, since the pandemic, rural America, as we've known who lives in rural America, great and wonderful place to live. More people in congested areas are realizing there's a lot more pluses in rural America than what maybe they might have realized over a year ago. The bill invests $65 billion to help fix our country's digital divide. That funding would support a formula-based grant program to states and also supports competitive grants like the USDA Reconnect program. Additionally, this bill makes large investments in clean and safe drinking water, provides resources that will put West Virginians to work cleaning up our abandoned mines and orphaned wells. Every senator could stand here and tell similar stories about the investments that this bill will make in his or her own state. This is the perfect time for us to come together towards the end of a summer that has been full of stops and starts. And we need to pass this legislation that will benefit every American. I hope my colleagues will join me to advance this important legislation towards its passage. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President?
The senator from Delaware.
President, are we in a quorum call?
We are,
I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be officiated.
without objection.
And I'd also ask unanimous consent to be able to complete my remarks this morning.
Without objection.
Thank you. Well, Mr. President, soon we're going to vote on cloture. And we will move toward, I hope, concluding our consideration of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I have spoken, as our presiding officer knows, over the last few days quite a bit as to why the legislation we're considering today is so important. I think that as we prepare to take this vote, though, that we ought to take maybe just another minute or two and reflect on the bill's merits and the needs that it will address, important needs it will address for our country. In my opening statement several days ago, I reminded the Senate that the state of our nation's infrastructure currently ranks and rates as a C- according to the American Society of Civil Engineers. That's not the infrastructure that the American people want or need in the 21st century. The jurisdiction of the Environment Public Works Committee, which Senator Capito and I are privileged to lead, and which the presiding officer is a new member of. This bill includes language that will make historic investments in our roads, our highways, and our bridges. A 34% increase, if you will, over the last 5 years. The bill will also reauthorize our drinking water and our water sanitation program at robust new levels. As we take this vote, I think it's important to reflect on our past efforts. I want to go back in time, Mr. President, and why this vote is so important today. Since I first joined the Congress as a brand new freshman congressman from Delaware in 1982, we have updated our transportation laws in this country some 8 times. 8 times. With each of these efforts, we've tried to improve our policies, address gaps, incorporate new information, and deliver needed resources. The modern era of these transportation laws began in 1991. George Herbert Walker Bush was the president, and Congress passed, and then President Bush signed into law legislation called the Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act, or ICE-T, as it was called at the time, ICE-T. Until ICE-T, that legislation was adopted, enacted, signed into law. As a matter of federal policy, we divided transportation into separate systems. We had, on the one hand, highways. On the other hand, we had rail. On the other hand, we had transit. And our policies really didn't consider them as a united, unified, integrated system, which is how most commuters and most travelers in our nation really thought it to be. ICE-T sought to change that. ICE-T sought to change that by requiring integrated regional planning of transportation systems that accounted for and better facilitated connections amongst our highways, our rail, and our transit to enable more efficient freight movement and more efficient movement of people. It was around the same time we also integrated our transportation policy with the Clean Air Act, which represented a major strengthening of our pollution laws to respond to urban smog, acid rain, ozone depletion, and other air pollution problems. For the first time, transportation planning was obliged to take into account pollution from mobile sources and take steps to reduce the considerable contribution of transportation to air pollution. Today's legislation substantially builds on our historic efforts to reduce dangerous emissions like greenhouse gases, in particulate matter, that spew from too many of our cars, our buses, and other modes of transportation. Congress took another major leap in transportation policy a few years later, in 1998, in fact, when the Transportation Equity Act for the 21st Century, also known as T21, which focused on improving safety while advancing America's economic growth and competitiveness. Nearly 10 years later, 2005, as transportation fatalities reached a 10-year height, over 43,000 people. Over 43,000 people. President George W. Bush, son of Herbert Walker Bush, signed into law the Safe, Accountable, Flexible, Efficient Transportation Equity Act, a legacy for users. That's a long title, but we found an acronym for it, SAFETY-LU, in 2005. And at its core, The key to remember is this legislation improved high transportation safety through the creation of the Highway Safety Improvement Program to reduce highway fatalities. Then in 2012, President Obama signed into law the Moving Ahead for Progress in the 21st Century Act, known as MAP 21. Responding to concerns about the growth of the number of small programs, MAP 21 sought to simplify the highway program structure, provide more flexibility to states, while also increasing their accountability and focusing on performance outcomes, including safety, asset conditions, congestion, and air quality. Congress reauthorized our transportation laws most recently in 2015, when President Obama signed into law the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, or FAST. The FAST Act focused on freight movement, supported with new formula and competitive grants for highway and intermodal freight, as well as a focus on federal and state freight planning efforts. Today, our interstate system is still a critical national asset, carrying over a quarter of all motor vehicle travel in our nation, over 1/4, despite being only 1% of all lane miles. These highways have enabled a significant expansion of truck movement, including supporting local businesses, interstate commerce, international trade, and providing Americans with access to low-cost goods and services. Along with the many benefits of interstate highways have come indisputable costs. Highways have spawned sprawling, auto-dependent and development patterns that exacerbate greenhouse gas emissions, thus compromising our efforts to deal with a changing climate. Interstate highways divide communities and were often intentionally built through minority and low-income families, becoming very tangible evidence of racism. Today, more than 36,000 people lose their lives each year on our roadways while we seek to maintain the mobility benefits of the federal aid highway system. We must also acknowledge and address these significant detriments. Mr. President, we have been at the hard work of transportation policy for a long, long time in this country, and we have enjoyed major success benefiting our people and our economy. And if we're honest with ourselves, we have made a few mistakes along the way, dividing communities with poorly considered projects, and dividing a transportation sector that produces twice as much greenhouse gas emissions as any other country's transportation sector. We have an opportunity to learn from both success and failure, and we must account for new challenges that were not on our radar screens in the past, not the least of which are the serious threats of climate change and the obvious specter of environmental injustice. Today, we're rising to the challenge. The bill before us, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, includes, among other provisions, the largest federal investment in public transit in history, the largest investment in clean drinking water and wastewater infrastructure in history, the largest investment in clean energy transmission in history, the largest investment in climate resiliency in history, and the largest investment in transportation electrification in history. Infrastructure policy, Madam President, is a little bit like an aircraft carrier. The media passed a presiding officer who just left the podium, retired Navy captain, so am I. And he and I both spent a fair amount of time in airplanes, and he spent a fair amount of time in outer space as an astronaut. But we've both spent some time on aircraft carriers. And we know that you can't turn an aircraft carrier on a dime. With the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, we are, as we say in the Navy, coming hard about. Coming hard about. Carrier is turning. We're finally recognizing climate change and addressing it. And we're recognizing some of the mistakes of infrastructure policy in the past and fixing them. Another one I especially like from Churchill is, you can always count on America to do the right thing in the end after trying everything else. And it would seem as we've gone through this legislative process, we've tried just about everything else. And we've had a lot of actually surprisingly good debate here on this floor. The other thing I would just offer from Churchill is another one of my favorites. Democracy is the worst form of government, divides by wit of man. Two West Virginians, native West Virginians who have found the common ground on these issues and worked hard to lead our team and with a lot of other committees of jurisdiction. One of them were led by another West Virginian, Joe Manchin. I want to thank all those committees for their good work and for the leadership that
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on amendment number 2137, offered by the senator from New York, Mr. Schumer, for the senator from Arizona, Ms. Sinema, and the senator from Ohio, Mr. Portman, to H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, yes. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt, Cantwell, Capito, Carper, Casey, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, McConnell, Padilla, Romney, and Smith. Mr. Inhofe voted in the negative. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Leahy, Mr. Leahy, aye. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Miss Cinema, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sass, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, no. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Stabenow, Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Cardin, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Menendez, Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 67, the nays are 27. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative, the motion is agreed to. The senator from Delaware.
Madam President,
Senator from Delaware.
if we have order, please.
The Senate will be in order.
Thank you. Earlier today, I quoted Churchill actually a couple of times, and one of my favorite Churchill quotes is, he was asked when he's being thrown out of office at the end of World War II, he was asked by reporters outside of 10 Downing Street, Mr. Churchill, for you, is this the end? And he said, this is not the end. This is not the beginning of the end. He said, this is the end of the beginning. And while we're grateful to everybody who voted for cloture, it is not the end. But it takes us a step closer to the end. I just want to thank everybody who came in, took the time to get here to vote. and we're prepared to take the next step. Involves some additional negotiation. A lot of folks have amendments they want to offer. Some of those that are not so germane, I think, will largely fall away. But there's legitimate germane amendments that still need to be negotiated, and they may require some unanimous consent votes. So this is another step, an important step. Grateful that we could be this far, and I know Senator Capito feels the same way. And with that, Madam President, I call up Amendment 2633 to H.R. 3684.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Carper, proposes an amendment number 2633 to H.R. 3684. On page 15, between lines 5 and 6, insert the following. Section 4, effective date. Except as otherwise provided, this act and the amendments made by this act take effect on the date that is 1 day after the date of enactment of this act.
Madam President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Is there objection? Without objection. Order, please.
Madam President, now that cloture has been invoked on the substitute bill, we are one step closer to completing this product, which has been the subject of bipartisan negotiation with the White House for quite some time. I know a lot of hard work has been put into this, and I want to thank all of our colleagues who have contributed to it. After much anticipation, we finally received the bill text earlier this week. There was a lot of what we expected to see. Madam President, I'd ask for order.
The Senate be in order, please. Take your conversations out of the chamber.
After much anticipation, we finally received the text of the bill earlier this week. Of course, a lot of it was what we expected to see: funding for roads, bridges, ports, waterways, airports, and broadband. Under normal circumstances, an infrastructure bill would go through a long and arduous committee process before ever coming to the floor. Members of the committees of jurisdiction would have an opportunity to debate and offer amendments and get votes on their proposals to try to improve the bill at the committee level. This provides a very important part of the ability of everybody to be able to participate in the process, one that is denied members of the committees of relevant jurisdiction when a bill comes to the floor already negotiated. So one of the challenges is when you have 20 people who agree on something and then they bring it to the floor, and of course then the 80 who have not been part of that discussion want to participate and want to try to improve the underlying bill. So I hope that now that the cloture on the substitute has been invoked, there'll be an opportunity for us to vote on some additional amendments. I've been working with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to identify new pay-fors that could be adopted as amendments. And we've come up with some good ideas that I hope can receive votes now, even post-cloture. But I want to talk specifically about an amendment that I've worked on with Senator Padilla, the junior senator from California, to fund infrastructure projects in communities across our country without increasing the deficit. Our amendment simply gives states and local governments the flexibility to use unspent COVID relief funding on infrastructure projects. Right now, there are limitations that we put on that funding. Of course, at the time those limitations or guardrails were put on that funding, we didn't know how long this pandemic would last or what the actual needs were of the various states and local jurisdictions. So qualifying expenses include things that are directly related to the pandemic, like COVID-19 testing sites, vaccine PSAs, and additional bed space for hospitals. But here's the rub. That funding cannot be used on expenses unrelated to the pandemic or items that were previously included in a budget. There must be new pandemic-related expenses. In theory, and at the time, that made a lot of sense. After all, this funding was meant to bolster the fight against COVID-19 in our communities. But not every community has the same need. In many places, the most urgent needs aren't related to the pandemic because they have not been hit quite as hard as others, unfortunately, around the country. But some of their most urgent needs are what we're talking about here today: infrastructure, roads and bridges and the like.
Senate will be in order.
We all know that the pandemic has interrupted infrastructure improvements across the country, and it forced officials to put many of these projects on the back burner. Maintenance, repairs, and construction projects have been put on hold, as you know, until there was enough funding to get things back on track. I've heard from my constituents in Texas, state and local leaders, who are frustrated by this lack of flexibility with the federal funding that they've already received or which they expect to receive. They simply like the option, not a mandate, but an option to use this money when and where it's needed most. But as I say, right now, their hands are tied. Many states and localities have relief funds on hand, but no necessary qualifying expenses. Madam President, the Senate's still not in order.
The Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations outside the chamber.
Many states, as I say, have relief funds on hand, but no necessary qualifying expenses. They have to look at this big balance in their bank account, knowing they can't actually spend it on some of their most urgent needs. That's especially the case in rural parts of the country, in places where COVID numbers are thankfully low. Leaders don't have the need or the opportunity to spend this money, which we've already appropriated, on the timeline set within that legislation. They simply don't have a need for the full range of pandemic-related resources that might be necessary in some parts of the country with higher case counts. So the amendment that Senator Padilla and I have offered would simply give leaders in rural and urban areas alike, where appropriate, the option to spend the funding on necessary infrastructure projects. That could mean widening a highway, making safety improvements on a bridge, or expanding broadband access. Urban areas could even use these funds for public transit improvement projects. State and local leaders know the needs of their community better than any of us here, and they should have the flexibility to spend that money where it's needed most. But, Madam President, I think we've had a recent bit of evidence of how long it takes for Congress to act before the money that we appropriate actually gets to the intended beneficiary. And to me, nothing is more exemplary of that than the eviction moratorium. Congress appropriated $46 billion in rent relief, but if you look around the country, many of the intended beneficiaries of that rent relief have not yet seen that money, thus the movement toward extending the moratorium. And I know just from my own experience in Texas after Hurricane Harvey, where Congress appropriated billions of dollars in relief, it's taken literally years for the money to come from Washington, D.C. to get to the intended beneficiary. So that's one of the biggest benefits of the amendment that Senator Padilla and I have offered, is this money is readily available and does not, again, as I said, add to the deficit or debt, but merely provides them flexibility, which means they will be able to put that money to use more quickly on infrastructure projects. Again, this is not a mandate. This is an option. Any place that has new COVID expenses to cover can and should use the money they have for that purpose. There's no question about that. But we simply give leaders the option to spend relief funds on urgent infrastructure projects that may otherwise go unfunded. Here's the other problem, Madam President, is I know that many of our state and local leaders are sitting on these huge amounts of financial resources we've appropriated, and they're figuring out, well, if we don't spend it on something, then the federal government's going to claw it back, or it may not just qualify for the expenditures that are already authorized. And so they will be under a lot of pressure to spend it on things that may be simply operating expenses, may not provide the long-term economic benefit that an infrastructure project would. So that's another benefit of giving them this flexibility, is that it will incentivize them to spend the money on the types of things we would hope they would spend the money on if they don't need it for COVID-19. Well, back in March, nearly 36 organizations wrote to Secretary Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, urging her to make transportation infrastructure an eligible expense. They talked about the impact of COVID-19 on transportation revenue and noted that last year 18 states and 24 localities announced delays or cancellations of transportation improvement projects totaling more than $12 billion. They also noted that the pandemic impacted every state and community differently, something that should be self-evident, and asked for the flexibility which they said will be critical to ensuring the funds are used expeditiously and with maximum impact. President Biden's own transportation secretary has also suggested as much. In his testimony before Congress, Secretary Buttigieg said that the American Rescue Plan has some flexibility in it that he thinks could be used to support road budgets that have been impacted. States and cities shouldn't be able to spend this money. They should be able to invest it in the projects and resources they need the most. This is just simply common sense that I think all of us can get behind. It ensures that money that has already gone out the door, which will not add to our deficit or debt, will be used to the maximum impact before the sunset brings that flexibility and that money, those resources, to an end. And it puts decision-making at the local level. Local officials understand better than people in Washington, D.C., what they need the most, and this gives them the flexibility to put that money to the most efficient and most effective use. This amendment's earned the support of a broad range of organizations across the country, and I'm proud to have worked with Senator Padilla to craft an amendment that both sides can get behind. Today, I hope this will be one of the amendments to receive a vote on the floor. We have to ensure that infrastructure investments are made fairly and paid for responsibly. A robust amendment process and common sense bipartisan ideas like this one are the only way to get there. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Illinois.
Madam President, it was in 1957 that there was a world event that changed my life and the lives of many others. I was just a kid in high school at the time. In fact, I wasn't quite in high school. But the Russians decided to launch a satellite called Sputnik. And that satellite, the size of a basketball, which emitted a tone as it flew through space, scared the world out of us, to the point where the United States of America did something that was controversial, but we felt was necessary. We decided that the federal government of the United States would loan money to students like Durbin to go to college, because we were afraid of the Russians. And we knew that if they had a scientific advantage on us, it could mean we would lose a war, which no one wants that to ever happen. And so we created here in Washington something called the National Defense Education Act. I'm sure that was carefully chosen to remind people that what we were doing was defending the country by loaning money to people like Durbin to go to college. And I took advantage of it. Those National Defense Education Act loans had terms that most of us from that era remember very well. You didn't pay anything on your loan balance for the first year you were out of college, and then you had 10 years to pay it off at 3% interest. Of course, those of us who took out the loans had to, and took out the loans for college, in my case for law school as well, amassed this great debt and worried when the day came for graduation whether we would ever be able to pay it off. I remember saying to my wife, Loretta, they just got all the National Defense Education Act loans. They put them all together. I'm afraid to tell you what's happened. We have a debt of $8,000 for college and law school. Students today don't believe that number, but that was the number, and it scared us to death that we wouldn't be able to pay it off in 10 years. Naturally, we did, and many others did as well. And the National Defense Education Act really became the pillar of the emergence of higher education in America. Of course, there were those who cheated the system, and stories were rampant. Whether they were all true, I'm not sure. The story of the doctor who graduated from medical school and before he went into his lucrative practice filed for bankruptcy and discharged all his federal loans, federal student loans. I don't know if that ever happened, but it certainly was part of the urban legend around National Defense Education Act. And so over the years, there were efforts made to change the National Defense Education Act to avoid abuse. And one of the things that was decided was that that loan to go to school would not be dischargeable in bankruptcy. And you have to ask the basic question of how many debt.
Will be in order.
You have to ask the basic question of how many debts are not dischargeable in bankruptcy. There are only a few: alimony, child support, criminal fines, taxes, maybe one other, but I think student loans the only one of that bunch that is a consumer loan that you can't discharge in bankruptcy. Over the years, the terms of the loans and the number of years that you were held back from filing bankruptcy changed. Ultimately, about 10 years ago, the decision was made you could never file for bankruptcy. We held a hearing on student loan debt in the Senate Judiciary Committee this week. I'm sorry Senator Cornyn has left the floor, but he and I have introduced a bill which has good chance, I think, We know that student loans are the fastest growing category of household debt in America. 45 million student borrowers in our country. In little under a decade, student loan debt has ballooned from $1 trillion to $1.7 trillion. The average student borrower now carries $30,000 in debt, and many, especially those who are swindled by the for-profit colleges, owe well over $100,000. Americans of all ages are plagued by the debt. We've heard cases of grandmothers who said it to their granddaughters, "Why, of course I'll co-sign your student loan," to learn that when the student granddaughter defaulted, grandma was responsible for it. For some, it's holding them back from buying a first home, starting a family, a business. For others, it means delaying retirement because of this debt. This is not an individual misfortune. The student debt crisis is a threat to our economy. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell has warned that student loan debt may be a drag on our economy by preventing Americans from basic, fundamental consumer purchases, cars, savings accounts for retirement, otherwise the economic growth of our country. So we had a hearing in the Judiciary Committee, and we examined how difficult it is for student borrowers to get financial relief. These are, as I said, are one of the very few categories of debt you cannot discharge in bankruptcy. You see, if you buy a home or a car and you fall on really hard times, you can declare bankruptcy and have all those debts discharged. If you like to gamble and you're not very good at it, and you end up running up great debt on your credit card and you file for bankruptcy, your gambling debts through your credit cards can be discharged. You can even buy a yacht and have that debt discharged if you haven't paid it off. But if you're a student borrower who, despite your best efforts, falls on hard times, lured into debt perhaps by attending a worthless for-profit college, a fresh start is not in the cards for you. We had Diane Barta testify before the committee. She's from Richmond Hills, Georgia. 50 years old, mother of two. She has over $120,000 in student loan debt, much of it taken out for a worthless degree she received from the for-profit school Ashford University. I mentioned that to Senator Grassley during the hearing because Ashford University is a curious story. A small Catholic college in Iowa was about to go out of business, and the nuns were persuaded that there was a company that wanted to buy them. So they sold the campus to this company called Ashford University. Ashford had no intention of reopening the campus. What they basically did was start an online operation claiming the credit and the worthiness and the credibility of the previous college. Well, we looked into it. In fact, it was Tom Harkin of Iowa over 10 years ago who investigated it and found out that Ashford was a fraud. It was just generating huge profits for their CEO and a few others, not providing anything nearly resembling higher education. Miss Barta was a good person who worked hard. She had 2 degrees from a community college and then from another college before she went for a master's degree at Ashford University. That was her downfall. She talked about how she had to file for bankruptcy in 2012 after her husband lost his job as a commercial plumber. She managed to get relief from most of her debts, but certainly could not get discharged from her student loans that she'd taken out at Ashford University, this notorious for-profit school. Other student borrowers sent me their own stories. We've all heard them. Angela from Florida wrote, "I'm a single parent on a single income living paycheck to paycheck. I've had the stress of student loans haunting me for well over a decade. I'm still being haunted." Lisa in Nevada wrote, she'd given up her passion teaching. I repeat, teaching, because she needed to find a higher income job to pay off her student loans. She wrote, "It's absolutely disheartening when you try to better yourself in this country and you're punished and not rewarded." One more story. Ann from Washington State declared bankruptcy in 2000 because her student loan payments were so high she couldn't afford to pay her bills. She wrote, and I quote, "I never go on vacations, I never married or had children for fear of burdening them with my debt. I'm facing retirement with that threat still looming over my future. Social Security checks will be garnished for my student loans." This is clearly a crisis. Fortunately, both Republican and Democratic members of the Judiciary Committee agree that we need to do something. Congress has a responsibility to solve this problem. Wouldn't it be worth a headline somewhere on some website that we actually solved a problem like this? Before 1976, student loans were treated like any other type of loan in bankruptcy. If you were facing financial ruin, you could get relief. Congress got the idea that student borrowers were running to bankruptcy court right after they'd taken off their gowns and mortarboards and trying to wiggle out of their financial obligations. That's more anecdote than fact, but it was prevalent. Still, Congress began passing laws that made it harder to discharge student loans. Since 1998, student borrowers can only discharge federal student loans by proving that they suffer from something called undue hardship. Well, you'd think the cases I just read to you would be undue hardship, wouldn't you? People who are so deeply in debt and the debt keeps growing and they can't get out of it and they're making life choices that are terrible. Here's the issue. It is nearly impossible to prove undue hardship and discharge your student debt. That's your only escape now. In fact, in 2017, the Wall Street Journal found only four cases in the entire country of bankruptcy judge discharging student debt for undue hardship. For years, I've asked the Department of Education, the collection agency, to change the way they challenge these undue hardship cases. I'm still pushing on them, but Congress needs to do its part. Another witness who joined us on Tuesday was my State Attorney General, Kwame Raoul. He's been an advocate for student borrowers for a long time. He talked about these students being deceived and defrauded by these schools, particularly the for-profit colleges and universities. Well, we've decided to do something about it. We've introduced a bill called Fresh Start Through Bankruptcy. It will allow struggling borrowers to seek a bankruptcy discharge for their federal student loans after a waiting period of 10 years. That's a long time. And if you can't pay off that loan in 10 years and you believe there's no other recourse, you could file for bankruptcy and have it discharged. Our bill also includes another provision. I want to thank Jack Reed of Rhode Island, our colleague here. He introduced the original bill with this concept. It includes important provisions to hold accountable educational institutions, particularly these notorious for-profit colleges with consistently high default rates and low repayment rates. Two numbers you need to remember, and that's it, to understand for-profit colleges and universities. 8. What percentage of American high school graduates go to for-profit colleges and universities? 8%. Next question. What percentage of student loan defaults in the United States are by students from for-profit colleges and universities? 30. 8% of high school grads, 30% of student loan defaults. Why? Because these notorious, awful schools drag these young people into a debt they can never get out from under. If they finish, so-called finish and graduate from these schools, they find that they can't get the jobs that were promised. Their lives are virtually ruined. So we are basically saying it's time that these schools be held accountable. At this point, the Fresh Start Bankruptcy will provide a meaningful timeline to student borrowers who have no other options. It is a breakthrough. This is the first bipartisan bill the Senate has had, in my memory, to restore student borrowers' ability to discharge their loans in bankruptcy. I want to thank Senator Cornyn, Republican of Texas. We kind of jokingly say, you know, it's one of those situations where you're on stage announcing your bill and you turn to one another and say, have we both read this bill? Well, we have, and we understand it. We are also going to consider an element that was raised during the hearing by one of our expert witnesses of defining what undue hardship is. Right now, it appears the courts couldn't recognize it in any form. There certainly are cases. I talked about a quadriplegic veteran, disabled, unable to work, who is lured into one of these for-profit school scams, ends up in debt, shouldn't they be able to discharge that student loan? There's no question they'll be able to find some great paying job in the future. They struggle to basically face up to their illnesses, and we hope that they have the very best future, but even then, it's tough to get out from under that debt. I hope this is the first of many steps that we'll take in the committee and other places on a bipartisan basis to deal with this challenge. Madam President, one other point. One way for students to avoid becoming buried in student loan debt in the first place is be very careful, particularly the for-profit colleges and universities. And secondly, take advantage of the affordable alternative community colleges. Community colleges are an underused superpower of our economy. They help students gain knowledge and skills they need to thrive, and they prepare workers to compete in the 21st century. I totally support President Biden's plan to build back better and provide every high school graduate to be able to continue their studies through community college without debt. The same goes for displaced workers who want to learn new skills to get a better job to support their futures. Americans will be able to obtain two-year degrees or specialized certificates without taking on mountains of debt. In the greatest country in the world, a college education shouldn't be a luxury. It should be guaranteed to everyone. That's the only way we can launch a new era of American prosperity and truly build back better after this pandemic. Madam President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
From West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take a moment to thank.
We're in a quorum call.
I'd like to officiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I want to take a moment to thank my colleagues, all on both sides of the aisle, in this great deliberate body, for showing the United States and the entire world that the United States Senate is not broken. Actually, we're doing fine, and we can work together and do much better. We can also come together to accomplish big things, and we did with this investment in American infrastructure. America has not seen this type of infrastructure investment in the last 30 years. Talked about it a lot, haven't seen anything. The polls have shown the American people are overwhelmingly supportive of this infrastructure deal. Americans of both political parties know it's long past time to make this investment. They want their roads repaired so the children are safe on their buses. They want better internet service so they can connect and compete in the 21st century. It's just unbelievable what we can do. This is clean water and upgraded sewer systems. You would think in the 21st century this not would be a void anywhere in America, but it is. It really is. This is the largest long-term jobs bill in decades. It will create good-paying, long-term jobs over the next 8 to 10 years. So if you want to basically making sure that we don't hit the highs and the lows as far as in the job opportunities, job markets, and the economy, this bill does that. It's the largest investment in clean drinking water and wastewater infrastructure in the history of our country. In the history of our country. It's the largest dedicated bridge investment since the construction of the interstate highway system. It's the largest investment in energy transmission on history and puts our money where our mouth is on technologies that are critical for the future. And it's the largest federal investment in passenger rail since the creation of Amtrak. And our bipartisan infrastructure package does not raise taxes on everyday Americans. It does not. A large piece of this bipartisan infrastructure bill came out of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, which I'm privileged and honored to chair. We reported the Energy Infrastructure Act out of our committee with a bipartisan vote after holding a legislative hearing and a robust amendment process. That's called regular order. It's something we've heard about for many years. We just haven't seen it for a long time, and it is working. The Energy Infrastructure Act will create good-paying jobs and demonstrate the energy technologies needed to reduce emissions while maintaining affordable, reliable, and dependable energy and our nation's position as a global energy leader. I have said all along, Mr. President, that the United States of America is now energy independent. We must fight to maintain that position. We should not be held captive by any foreign entity or any foreign country that basically we're depending any type of supplies that the American people need. Any type of supplies. And energy is one of our greatest. And we can do it cleaner and better than ever. I've always said, you cannot eliminate your way to a cleaner environment. You can innovate your way to a cleaner environment. And we have proven that. And we can do it an awful lot more, too. It also builds off the great work already done in my home state of West Virginia and your state of Virginia, Mr. President, to demonstrate advanced geothermal technologies and establish a reliable U.S.-based rare earth element supply chain. I've had consideration, I've had some pause on us moving so rapidly in electric vehicles. My reason for my pause has been this. We do not produce the rare earth minerals that's needed to build these batteries. And we've got to be very, very careful that we don't put our transportation system, our transportation mode in America in the hands of foreign supply chains. We could be held very, very captive along those. I remember the 70s when the oil embargo from the oil embargo basically shut us down, shut our businesses down. And then we had rapid inflation coming after that. It's just horrible. Importantly, the legislation also reauthorizes abandoned mine and reclamation fee. In Southwest Virginia and all of West Virginia, we have a tremendous amount of mines that produce the energy this country needed to be the superpower of the world. Now it's far beyond time for us to clean up. And this is something we can do, and this bill does that. It was set to expire as far as our AML land reclamation fees in September for an additional 13 years. We've extended that while investing $11.3 billion into reclaiming these abandoned coal mine lands, which an awful lot of leachate and water and things of that sort have been harming for a long, long time, needs to be fixed. It also funds a demonstration of clean energy on the abandoned mine lands and authorizes grants for manufacturers to locate in coal communities. These coal communities around the country bear the scars of the work that powered our nation to greatness. And this investment will clean up those areas and provide new economic opportunities. The bill also shores up our electric and reliability grid system. Our grid has basically been around for a long time, and with all the new technologies coming on and all the renewable power, that's not always produced in the areas where we have the grid system. And it's time for us to expand in making sure our grid system is able to deliver the energy our country needs. The Bipartisan Energy Infrastructure Act authorizes $110 billion, much of which is also funded, and it's a vital component of the whole infrastructure package. So we're not just talking about it. We're putting a lot of money to upgrading the grid system, the reliability of it. This bill will truly do much good across the United States. Let me just give you the historic investment in the needs of our nation. $110 billion for the roads and bridges, $65 billion for broadband access, $66 billion for railroads, $25 billion for airports, $55 billion for drinking water and wastewater systems. I don't know what infrastructure is if you don't call that infrastructure. This is as good as it gets. It's something that we all have talked about for many, many years. My state of West Virginia benefits from this bipartisan infrastructure bill. It'll help expand broadband access across West Virginia with a minimum allocation of $100 million to help provide broadband coverage across our state, including providing access to at least 258,000 West Virginians who currently lack it. Because of our terrain, and I think you've been there many, many times, you understand what we're dealing with, it's real challenging. But if we take just common sense approach, and I've always said this, if during Franklin Delano Roosevelt, when he took over after the Great Depression, if he could electrify, rural electrification, electrified America, if he could do that in the 30s, surely to goodness that we can basically make sure that every household has fast, high-speed internet service. We can make that happen. And we're going to use the same blueprint that was used many, many years ago, almost 100 years ago. We believe that a number is much higher than the 258,000. But here's again, I'm urging the FCC to fix the coverage on the maps. The maps are not accurate. They haven't been accurate for years. And I'll never forget, I had one of the chairmen of the FCC in my state one time, and we were talking. I said, why don't you meet me in a certain place in my state? And I said, we'll have a meeting. I want to talk to you. He was kind. He drove over there with his staff. I said, why don't you call back to your office and ask if they have any messages for you? I said, the map here shows, your map shows that you're covered. I said, you can use any phone you want, any service you might have. And he says, my goodness, I didn't know. I said, sir, this is exactly what we're dealing with. The maps are not accurate, and West Virginians are getting left behind. There are 543,000, or 31% of the people in West Virginia will be eligible for the affordability connectivity benefits, which will help low-income families. You can have internet service, but if it's so costly people can't afford it, then you have a problem. This goes along the same thing as LIHEAP. We call it to help people in utilities that basically are working hard, trying to make it, but having a hard time. This makes sure that everyone can connect and basically benefit from this opportunity. West Virginia also has some of the worst roads in the nation. This bipartisan bill will repair and rebuild our roads and bridges. West Virginia, there are 1,545 bridges, 1,545, and over 3,200 miles of highway in poor condition. Since 2011, commute times have increased by 6.5%. And on average, each driver pays $726 per year in additional costs due to repairs by driving on roads that have needed repair. That's simply unacceptable. And truly, it shows the deferred maintenance that we've let go for far too long. Based on formula alone, West Virginia will receive $3 billion for federal aid, highway programs, and $506 million for bridge replacement and repairs. We have the greatest need of bridge replacement. The reason why, in the 1930s, the Constitution of West Virginia changed during the Great Depression, and basically everything was put on the state. Before that, local counties, communities, they were all responsible to a certain extent. But when the Depression hit, the Constitution was changed in 1932, the height of the Depression, and everything was said, this is the state's responsibility. We can't pay no more. So the state has a tremendous obligation here, and we want to make sure we help them. West Virginia can also compete for the $12.5 billion bridge investment program for economically significant bridges and nearly $16 billion of national funding in the bill dedicated for major projects that will deliver substantial economic benefits to communities. And we have to address public transportation in the Mountain State. West Virginians who take public transportation spend an extra 77% of their time commuting. And non-white households are 5 times more likely to commute via public transportation. It's a fact. And we have to address these facts and fix them. 32% of the trains and other transit vehicles in the state are past their useful life. A third are past their useful life. Based on formula funding, West Virginia would expect to receive $196 million over 5 years to improve public transportation, which is desperately, desperately needed. These investments are vital to bringing good-paying jobs to our state of West Virginia and your state of Virginia and all of our states in this great country of ours, and spurring economic development like we've never seen before, solid economic development, not just sending checks, not people just receiving checks, people receiving an opportunity, the dignity of work, the ability to be able to do what needs to be done in order for you to survive and sustain your quality of life. I'm incredibly proud of our bipartisan group of senators who have worked together day and night to hammer out a compromise that will address our infrastructure needs without going overboard. And I'll remind everyone, not one senator got everything they wanted, but we all got what we needed. This is how compromise works. This is what this body was made for. This is what the Senate and why the Senate is called the most deliberate body. It is hard when you want to basically take every opportunity to work with every single senator here to make sure you can help them with the problems and needs they have in their own states. And that's what we've done. I've always said the best politics is good government. Everybody worries about, oh, I'm not sure if that's good for my politics. Let me tell you, you do something good for all, it's good for you. That'd be the best politics you've ever done. We do something good, we all take credit for it. I've seen people take credit for things they voted against because it was good. It worked well. Didn't bother me at all. I'm glad. Maybe they won't fight us as hard the next time. Maybe they might join us. Who knows? I look forward to passing this important legislation with strong bipartisan support. I just think, Mr. President, this is a moment for our country. This is extremely important for our country to show that we can still work together, to show that we are united when it comes to the needs. I've always said there's a few things in this country that basically unites us. One has always been our military. We want to support our military, our law enforcement officers, our firemen, all the people that run into harm's way when everyone else is running away from harm's way. Those people are special, very special, and I've always said we all seem to rise always for that. But now we have one other. We have infrastructure that unites us. I've never seen a road in my state, in your state, or anywhere in the country that had a bad road or a bad pothole that busted my tire that had a Democrat or Republican name on it. It'll get the Republican as well as it'll get me and you. So that's why this brings us together. We all have these needs. As governors, we had the same needs. We used to talk across the board, whether it be education, whether it be highways, whether it be different things that we needed in our state, that we all had the same concerns and problems with. We never worried about a Republican or Democrat being a governor. You had the same problems we all had, and we shared successes and the challenges and how to overcome those challenges. This is who we are as Americans, and how we become so divided, I don't know, and it worries me. And the reason I say this is probably the most important bill that we've worked on in many, many years, because it's the most difficult, challenging times of our life. Our country's never been more divided than it is today, and we need something to bring us together. I'm so thankful that President Biden has taken this piece of legislation as his own and gone around the country, and how important this piece of legislation is for not just his administration, but for the entire country. He's been able to identify that. Democrats and Republicans, we would have had 20 Republicans a day to get on the bill. Everyone's afraid, oh, somebody's going to get mad and leave, and this. We kept gaining. And as they see the support back home, it'll continue to create more momentum. That's what we need. This is extremely as important as anything we do from this day forward, to pass a bipartisan bill. Show the people that basically, yes, we are all Americans first, and we're going to take care of the deferred maintenance that we let go for far too long because of politics. We've set politics aside to take care of America. So I encourage all of my friends, please, Look and see what this bill does for America. Look and see what this bill does for your state. You'll be surprised. And I think we've tried to help everybody that we could. And we will continue to work together. Thank you, Mr. President. And I notice absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Tennessee.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I support hard infrastructure. It's in my DNA. As a kid, I grew up shoveling asphalt. My father and my grandfather were in the road construction business. I served as the Economic Development Commissioner in my home state of Tennessee. I understand firsthand the importance of quality infrastructure. It was essential to attracting good jobs to my state. So I'm in complete agreement that shoring up our hard infrastructure is a worthy cause. This bill does some of that, and that's good. But there are both good ways and bad ways to achieve noble ends. And the question is, what is the best way to achieve this goal? And my frustration is with the methods and with the vehicle that is being used here. The first problem is that the bill's sponsors repeatedly said it would be paid for. In fact, it's not. And it's more than a little bit off. It's over $1 trillion short. That's almost 7 times the budget of my home state of Tennessee. We waited weeks for the text of this legislation. And before the text even existed, the Democrat leader forced the Senate to vote on proceeding to it. There's absolutely no reason for rushing this process and attempting to limit scrutiny of this bill, other than the Democrats' completely artificial, self-imposed, and politically driven timeline. There'll be more on that later. The text, all 2,700 plus pages of it, was finally made available to us 6 days ago. The Senate has been able to consider that this week. But the Senate continued to wait all week for the Congressional Budget Office's analysis of what it will cost. The Congressional Budget Office is the entity that Congress has agreed is responsible for scorekeeping on what legislation will cost the American people. Let's keep in mind that meeting the definition of paid for in the CBO's eyes doesn't always make sense to the average American. For instance, CBO allows spending now to be offset by projected savings that won't happen for 10 years. CBO can allow savings that are already occurring naturally to count effectively as new savings for purposes of scoring a bill. The point is, this kind of scoring is designed to make it easier for a bill to be scored as paid for, at least on paper. As an example, the University of Pennsylvania's Penn-Wharton budget model estimates that this legislation would actually add $351 billion in deficit spending, an even higher total than the CBO estimate. The point is, even using these scorekeeping advantages, the CBO has made it clear this bill isn't paid for. I understand why the Democratic leadership kept the CBO score under wraps until Thursday. It showed that the bill fell far short of ambitions. The CBO says that it misses the mark of being paid for by a cool $250 billion. As an aside, I found it incredible that despite, or perhaps because of, getting this news on Thursday afternoon, Democrats tried to accelerate the passage of this bill later that same day. Instead of going through the normal multi-day process for debating and enacting a bill, they tried to rush it through in the middle of the night. I objected to accelerating this process on Thursday because the Senate must carefully consider what it's doing. Now the proponents of this bill claim that the CBO's analysis is wrong. No matter how much explaining they do, the Senate agreed on the umpire before the game started. To this end, if this bill is paid for, why will we have to waive Budget Act requirements later on in this process? The Senate is going to have to pass this bill by waiving the Budget Act or the pay-go requirements. That's not paid for. Most of us probably won't be around when the bill comes due for this never-ending deficit spending here in Washington. But sadly, our children and our grandchildren will be. The politicians in Washington spend now to buy votes, but conveniently won't be around to deal with the consequences. We can do hard infrastructure. Again, that's a worthy goal. But we can do it without shoveling more debt on the backs of our children and to our grandchildren. Indeed, if we just limited this bill to hard infrastructure, it would be paid for. As I said, there are good and bad ways to achieve noble ends. The second reason that I'm opposed to this legislation is because of its big government, top-down approach. It includes many half-baked components that deserve far more scrutiny. You know, rather than compete against China, using our unparalleled innovation, our ingenuity, our technology, we're substituting massive government control to dictate, to fund, and to decide winners and losers. That's not the American way. We're using the cryptocurrency market as a pay-for. Have we fully vetted how this new regulation and taxation will affect this rapidly developing industry? We wind up ceding this industry to others because of this regulation. What's the point of even having committees in the Senate with expertise in certain matters if the most significant legislation that passes this body doesn't even go through them? The whole point of committees is to use them. Use these committees to carefully scrutinize and refine important legislation. Use the committees to prevent unintended consequences that result from rushed legislation. Yet this is a 2,700-page bill that is going through no committees. Once again, we have to pass it to find out what's in it, and then learn what kind of unintended consequences we can expect. The third reason I'm frustrated with this legislation is because it's tied to what I believe is the Democrats' real ambition, which is their multi-trillion-dollar march to socialism that they will unveil right after this infrastructure legislation is passed. Democrats have admitted this. This is their plan. The far left wing of the Democrat Party, which is effectively calling the shots these days, is demanding that Democrats here in Congress spend trillions of dollars to reshape American society, to make American citizens more dependent on their government. Their aim seems to be to turn the United States into a sclerotic, government-controlled state, just like Western Europe. The upcoming legislation that we're talking about now is the third leg of the stool of the Democrats' overall plan. The first leg is to pack the Supreme Court, so the Constitution no longer gets in the way of the plan. The second is to federalize and take over voting laws and procedures, ensuring Democrats will never lose another election, propelling themselves into perpetual power over both the legislative branch and the executive branch. And third, they want to remake the United States economy and America's relationship with government into one where Americans begin to look to government for everything, from Green New Deal programs to daycare. In this world, American citizens will be less free, less prosperous, but more captive and hooked on government programs. That means they'll be more dependent on Democrats and the institutions that they control. So far, Democrats have been unable to build legs 1 and 2 of the stool, but they're actively trying. President Biden has a court-packing commission ongoing, and the Democratic leader is today working on scheduling more votes on the election takeover. They're desperate to appease left-wing extremists that have all of the energy in their party because they need these extremists' support to win elections. Yet they've stalled out on their first 2 goals, so they've come up with a scheme to build the third leg of their stool. They previewed phase 1 of this scheme in March when they spent $1.9 trillion in the name of COVID relief. Of course, 90% of it had nothing to do with COVID. It was really just a payoff to their most loyal political supporters. Sadly, it's now causing the highest inflation that we've seen in decades. This inflation is a daily tax on every American who has to buy goods and services here in America. But phase 2 of the scheme is even more devious. Step 1, change the conversation to trillions with a T. Make billions sound small. Condition the Congress, condition the media, condition the American public to these big numbers. Remember, $1 trillion is an astronomical number, and our children are going to have to pay for it. Step 2, tell the United States that America needs infrastructure, but then redefine the term infrastructure to include government dependency programs. Really muddy it up. Step 4, when more reasonable Democrats in the Senate balk at some of these more expensive or egregious items, promise them a 2-track process, one for hard infrastructure and one for social programs. Step 5, negotiate as much of your socialist wish list into the infrastructure track as you can. They got some of it into this bill, but not all of it. They'll just put the rest of it into the wish list and put that wish list into the government dependency bill that's yet to come. Step 6, pass the infrastructure bill through the Senate as quickly as possible. Drop a nearly 3,000-page bill and demand that it be passed immediately before we can even understand or scrutinize what's in it. The Trojan horse, my friends, is through the gate. Step 7, hold that infrastructure bill hostage in the House of Representatives until everything you couldn't get into the infrastructure bill, particularly meaning the trillions of dollars in government dependency programs, are passed through the Senate. Therefore, Nancy Pelosi has promised that this bill will never become law until it's joined at the hip with the multi-trillion-dollar socialist bill. More on that in a minute. Step 8, say that the president won't sign the infrastructure bill into the law if it's not accompanied by trillions of dollars in government dependency programs. President Biden already did this before he clumsily walked it back. But we saw and we heard what he was thinking. Step 9, to get the government dependency programs part passed, circumvent the filibuster in the Senate by abusing an arcane loophole called reconciliation. Reconciliation was intended to save taxpayer dollars and assure passage of an annual budget for the federal government. But no, they're using this process, they're abusing this procedure to pass trillions of dollars of government dependency program with only 50 Democrat votes. Step 10, give reasonable Democrats political cover to support the parliamentary trick in the government dependency spending by saying it unlocks the ability for their hard-fought infrastructure bill that passed the Senate, and by the way is now being held hostage in the House, to finally get through the House and to the president's desk. Wait a minute. What just happened? Abracadabra, the American people are so confused by the Democrat sleight of hand, they don't even notice that their wallet has been stolen and that their country has been fundamentally changed. My question is simple. If these policies, these spendings are so good, why does getting it done take a parliamentary house of mirrors? There can't be a bipartisan deal on infrastructure if its enactment into law requires later tacking on all of the socialist wish list items that got excluded from the deal. Democrats have telegraphed these plans. You just have to pay attention. The President of the United States, right after announcing the infrastructure deal, said it would be held hostage on his desk without the trillions of dollars of government dependency spending alongside it. President Biden specifically said this: I expect that in the coming months this summer, before the fiscal year is over, that we will have voted on this bill, the infrastructure bill, as well as voted on the budget resolution. But if only one comes to me, this is the one that only comes to me, I'm not signing it. It's in tandem. Later, in response to a question, President Biden revealed, look, the bipartisan bill from the very beginning was understood. There was going to have to be the second part of it, he said. I'm not just signing the bipartisan bill and forgetting about the rest. Now, he's later tried to muddy up the waters on this because he said too much. But if you read his cleanup statement carefully, he never took back his vow. He never said he would sign the bipartisan bill without having alongside it the partisan multi-trillion-dollar bill. The Speaker of the House has said the same thing repeatedly. On June 24th, she said, there ain't going to be a bipartisan bill without a reconciliation bill. She added again, quote, let me be really clear on this. We will not take a bill in the House until the Senate passes the bipartisan bill and a reconciliation bill. A month later, on July 22nd, Speaker Pelosi again said, quote, we will not take up the infrastructure bill until the Senate passes the reconciliation measure. It only takes one Democrat to end this insanity, to stand up and say he or she won't participate in this scheme. That would change the entire tenor of this debate in this process. So while I believe in hard infrastructure, I cannot participate in doing it this way. First, by including in this bill a bunch of things that aren't hard infrastructure. And the result of that is throwing $250 billion more debt at our children and our grandchildren. And secondly, and most importantly for the future of this country, enabling this quadruple bank shot attempt by Democrats to thread their government dependency fantasy through a House and a Senate that are divided by the narrowest of margins by holding this bill once it passes hostage in the House. The stakes here are too high. America is an exceptional nation. We're distinct from all others throughout history. We're exceptional because we provided more freedom and opportunity than any other. President Lincoln called it the last best hope of Earth. Ever since, it's fulfilled that promise for countless generations. We must fight to preserve our American system and the American dream, not in a tornado of hurried legislative activity that will seal its decline. I'm asking my colleagues to fight for this country's future. Our children and grandchildren deserve to have the same sort of wonderful opportunity that our parents and grandparents gave us. We need to make certain that they have a future for them that is better than today. And we're duty-bound to make certain that it happens. That's why I ran for office. Let's work together on infrastructure. Out from under the rapidly approaching cloud of socialism, let's make this happen a different way. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Tennessee?
I am, we are not in a quorum call, are we?
No, we're not, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to concur with my colleague from Tennessee in his beautifully stated remarks and the way he has brought forward the frustration that Tennesseans have. You know, Mr. President, I had the opportunity to be at home yesterday. We have a great event going on in Nashville this weekend. It is called the Grand Prix. And I had the opportunity to be at the opening event with a lot of women, small business owners. I had the opportunity later in the day to go cut the ribbon for a big county fair and see lots of families and talk to families that were there. And you know what, Mr. President? They are completely confused with what is going on. See, Tennesseans are really smart. They watch what is happening in Washington, D.C., and they are so concerned about the future and about freedom and freedom's cause. And they continue to say, as my colleague from Tennessee stated, they want the best for their children, for their grandchildren, because they appreciate the American dream. Many of them have lived the American dream, whether they're a farmer or a teacher, whether they're a lawyer, an accountant, a mom, a dad, somebody who owns a small business on Main Street in one of our 95 counties in our beautiful towns. They've lived it. They're living it every single day. Blood, sweat, tears, working long hours, investing. And they look at what is happening here in Washington, and they are saying, why are you in such a rush to force us into bankruptcy? You know, July 6, 2010. I use this statement all the time, Mr. President. Someone that you and I each know because of our work on armed services, Admiral Mullen. July 6, 2010. He was asked a question: what keeps you up at night? What is the greatest threat to our nation's freedom, our democracy? You know what he said? He said, our nation's debt. Now let me walk you back through the history of that debt. If we were to go from the time that George Washington became president up until the time that George W. Bush stepped out of office, our nation had accrued a total of $10.6 trillion in debt. Too much for me. I used to, when I would go to the White House with President Bush, I would say, Mr. President, there's two things that I think need to be addressed. Number one is the out-of-control federal spending, and number two is the issue of illegal immigration. Well, he left office $10.6 trillion in debt, but still very mild compared to what we're facing today, I think we would have to say. Now, President Obama took office, and he and Joe Biden went to work, and you know what they did in 8 years? Mr. President, they ended up just about doubling our nation's debt. Doubled it. President Trump came in, tried to pare back on regulations, cut the size of the federal government, and then we had COVID, that added to the debt, and then here comes President Biden. And it is as if the printing presses have cranked up on printing those dollar bills, running them through as fast as they possibly can. Because what the Biden administration and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have pushed through was $1.9 trillion, saying that was necessary for CARES, even though all that money that had previously been spent had not been, or had been appropriated, had not been spent. And now, here we have $1.2 trillion, and as my colleague said, it's become this bill of here's a little bit for infrastructure, but oh, by the way, over here, here's this great big down payment on the Green New Deal. Don't worry that we don't generate enough electricity for an electric vehicle fleet. We'll figure that one out later. Let's just put in subsidies for electric vehicles. Don't worry about giving more power to the federal government. We'll give you back authority, local governments, if we think you need it. $1.2 trillion in spending. And then we hear that the bonus round in this Lollapalooza, it's going to be $3.5 trillion. But more likely, the realistic view is it's going to be $5 trillion. So back to my point, Mr. President, people in Tennessee are saying, what in the world could you possibly be thinking? What could you possibly be thinking? Because they know the history of this nation's debt. And you know what, Mr. President, and this really relates to much of the work that we do at SASC. They know that there is a threat from the people that own or hold our debt. Japan, our friend and ally, they're at the top of the tier right now. Last time I checked last month on who owns our debt, you know, number two is China. They own well over $1 trillion or hold over $1 trillion of our debt. And if you put the OPEC nations together, and of course, after the Keystone Pipeline, we're now dependent on OPEC and others for fuel. We were energy independent thanks to President Trump and Republicans in the House and Senate. We were energy independent. But OPEC is there in that top 5, all those OPEC countries grouped together. So people in Tennessee are really quite, they're miffed. They're put off by what is going on. I was really surprised. I had a text this morning from one of my county mayors. I'm all for infrastructure, I'm for the Cornyn Amendment, but you know what, I'm not for this bill. Because you've got less or about 25% of this that goes for something that we would deem infrastructure. Tennesseans love to talk about infrastructure as 4 things. And they talk about roads, rivers, railways, and runways. And of course, we're a logistics state. Everyone knows Memphis has a big port and a rail hub, one of 2 cities where all 5 Class A railroads come into that city. They know that interstates are important. They crisscross our state, indeed Nashville, where you have 3 major interstates that crisscross right there in the middle of that city. They know that Tennessee, so many businesses choose to locate there because we're within an 8-hour drive of a majority of the nation's population. So logistics require good roads and rivers and rail and runways. But you know what? They're not seeing it in this. When you, in the name of infrastructure, spend this amount of money. Now, I have great respect for my colleagues on each side of the aisle that have worked to produce a product, to do it in a bipartisan way. That is commendable. It's commendable. For Tennesseans, the result is something that is frustrating to them. You know, this is considered to be the world's greatest deliberative body. I always appreciated how our former colleague, Senator Alexander, would talk about the cup and saucer. The hot coffee gets poured into the cup, it spills over into the saucer, it cools off, you add some sweetener, and you get something that you enjoy. People expect more. They expect better of this deliberative body. And Tennesseans know that our nation's freedom has been well served by robust, respectful, bipartisan debate. That's a good thing. It strengthens freedom. It brings people together. It brings them to the table to talk about what is their priority. Now, unfortunately, most of us in this body have not had the opportunity to be at that table. And amendments that we have worked on that we felt like would have improved this bill are not going to be heard. Not here, not in a hearing, in a committee. We're just not going to see that as a part of this process. That is unfortunate. And it is going to be unfortunate if, indeed, that happens on the next bill, or the bill after that, or the bill after that. We should return to regular order and go through this process. Now, I had about 30 amendments that I had offered as improvements for this bill, and Mr. President, rest assured, I'm not going to stand here and go through each and every one of those amendments. But there are some things I thought needed our attention in this bill. As many of my colleagues know, broadband is something that, whether I was serving in the House or back in the state Senate in Tennessee, or before that, going in and reorganizing a Tennessee Film, Entertainment, and Music Commission for our governor, broadband and moving from analog to digital, making high-speed internet available all across our state, closing that digital divide. I've spent so many hours working on this, and I filed 3 amendments that I felt like would really do some damage control on these and help close the divide, getting to our rural and unserved areas, people that have no internet. Amendment 2327 would have prohibited the federal government from forcing municipal broadband provider programs into states that have outlawed them. Now, Tennessee is one of those states that says to municipalities, if you want to serve people within your city, that's great, you go ahead. But you can't go outside of your boundaries. And there are other states that have had this issue. And there's a reason they say, if you serve your constituents, great, but don't go outside that. It's because states that have allowed these schemes ended up banning them for a reason. And usually it's because these government-run systems would end up imploding, leaving the taxpayers with the bill that they were going to have to pay. Now, another amendment, Amendment 2377, would have prohibited the FCC, our Federal Communications Commission, from implementing price-setting schemes on broadband providers. That, allowing the FCC to do that rate setting and price setting, would destroy investment in rural broadband. It would destroy it. We know this. And it would actually incentivize providers in avoiding these unserved areas. Sometimes we talk about that as being that last mile that needs to get that fiber, that last mile that needs fixed wireless, that last mile that is needing some form of connectivity. And Amendment 2328, and we do hope this one makes it in the bill, would strike language permitting regulators to allow these broadband grant recipients to use the money for, and I'm quoting the language in the bill, any use determined necessary to facilitate the goals of the program, end quote. Now, Mr. President, this sounds vague. It is vague. And if there's one thing that we learned prior, when we put a lot of money out during President Obama's time, is that sometimes this money ends up not being targeted to broadband, but ends up as a slush fund. We also have an amendment that would deal with a shovel-ready infrastructure project on our southern border. Amendment 2406 would redirect $1 billion from Amtrak. By the way, Amtrak's getting many billions of dollars in this bill. And it would send that money over to the Department of Homeland Security to finish the southern border wall construction. We all know what is happening on that border. Record numbers of illegal aliens coming in, many very sick, COVID positive. We know that they are ending up, as are drugs, as are gangs, in cities and towns across this nation. Indeed, until we secure this southern border, every town is a border town, every state is a border state. And God bless our law enforcement officers who are fighting this every day. I'm hearing from them, and I want them to know I hear them, and I understand the pressures that they are under. And we also know that our communities are struggling, trying to get back to work and really move forward with regrowing the economy. But inflation has gotten in the way. And one of the big problems is that people point to with the high cost of fuel and logistics and of packing materials is the killing of the Keystone Pipeline. So Amendment 2298 would amend Section 4034 of the bill, which calls for a study on job loss and impacts on consumer energy due to the revocation of the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. My amendment says that if the report shows that killing the pipeline caused numerous job losses and an impact on consumer energy cost, that the president should revoke, he shall revoke his executive order and get out of the way of the pipeline construction. Get people back to work and get the prices at the pump, get them down. Get them down to where they were when President Trump left office. I mean, what's the purpose of a report if it doesn't have any teeth? So let's take an action on that. You know, Mr. President, there is no bill that is ever perfect. They all have to be worked on. Many times we come back a year or so later and we do technical corrections on a bill. We make changes. And this is no different. This bill needs time. It needs a thorough amendment process. It needs to go back to the committees of jurisdiction to work through these issues. Are the American people for infrastructure? Yes, they are for infrastructure. Tennesseans are for infrastructure. I'm for infrastructure projects. Yes, indeed. Am I for this piece of legislation? No, because it's a document that has misplaced priorities. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll, please.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The senator from Utah,
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
without objection.
Mr. President, we're debating a bill that a number of us have spoken on a number of occasions. Since my last address on the Senate floor on this topic, we've received a score regarding the bill from the Congressional Budget Office. Now, remember, it's the CBO's score it's the CBO's role to put together a score on legislation we're considering. It's part of how the system works in Washington so that we can assess what will and will not add to the deficit and how it will do so if it does. It's an important part of the process. When we finally received the CBO score just about 48 hours ago, we discovered a few things. We discovered that despite the representations that we've heard by the bill's staunchest advocates to the effect that the bill would be paid for, that is, that it would not add to the debt and deficit, and that it would not add to the debt and deficit in a way that also didn't involve raising taxes. As it turned out, the CBO rejected the claim that this bill was paid for. In fact, the CBO concluded that 256 of the $550 billion in claimed pay-fors didn't pay, that they're not pay-fors, and thus that they will considerably, I mean, we're talking here about over $250 billion that would go right on to the debt and deficit. They also concluded that in the long run, over the next 10 years, we'll be looking at an additional $340 billion in cost to the federal government, a cost that by some estimates could reach as high as $400 billion because of the spillover effect that this bill is likely to have on future spending, contracting authority and otherwise. So this bill is not paid for. The pay-fors suggested by the bill's proponents don't get the job done. In fact, more than half of them simply don't get there. We do, however, see that there are some of the pay-fors that create significant policy concerns. So one of the pay-fors that isn't fake is an extension of the so-called G fees. G fees being imposed by entities like Fannie Mae that will inevitably increase the cost that home buyers will face when they go to buy a home. Now, why does that matter here? Well, we've seen a startling uptick in inflation across the board, everything from gas to groceries, everything from health care to housing. We see that increasing stunningly in a way that a lot of people are pointing out correctly, that first-time home buyers are now finding it very difficult to get into a home. This is something that's going to end up affecting all poor and middle-class Americans at a time when they can little afford it. And yet we're increasing these fees that are, in effect, a backdoor invisible tax on a lot of those who are at least in a position to pay it. Some of the other non-fake pay-fors that actually do bring something in include an increase in the fees paid by manufacturers and distributors of certain chemicals. The issue there is that this fee, well, labeled as not a tax because technically speaking it's not a tax, will end up increasing the price of basically every consumer good purchased by the American people. The way these things end up working is that, to the tune of about $15 billion or so, Americans will find that pretty much everything they buy, from apparel to electronics, will get a little more expensive. They may not see it. In fact, the overwhelming majority of them won't even know to attribute it to this particular piece of legislation. But it will have that effect. It will make all Americans a little poorer. It'll make all Americans face a very stark reality in which their already strapped dollars that they earn will go just a little bit less far We have to remember that from one year to the next, we don't see dramatic fluctuations in the quantity of goods that the American people have access to, that they may buy. In other words, the U.S. economy is capable of producing a relatively foreseeable, predictable, somewhat finite supply of goods in a particular year. When that doesn't change dramatically from one year to the next, as it almost never does, but you dramatically increase the money supply in the U.S. economy, then what you see is that everything gets a little bit more expensive. This ends up hurting, in particular, America's poor and middle class. It ends up hurting, in particular, those Americans, including most Americans, who in one way or another live paycheck to paycheck, who in one way or another depend on the income that they have, and the income that they have is relatively fixed. So as a result of that, they don't get as far. Now, you've got some Americans, including the wealthiest and well-connected in our society, who may well figure out ways to get wealthy off of this bill. One way or another, they can play things to their advantage, and they may make a lot of money off of it. You've got another category of very wealthy Americans, maybe, people in the top 1 or 2% of income earners, who might notice that the things they buy are getting more expensive, but it might not affect them all that much. But then you've got everyone else, and I mean the vast, overwhelming majority of all Americans, who, in one way or another, plan out each year knowing that they've got a relatively finite amount of money to spend. And that money goes less far when we just print money to the tune of trillions and trillions of dollars. Remember, the federal government in recent years has been spending about $4 trillion a year. Tragically, even at the top of our economic cycle, with record low unemployment and with record high growth, we were still spending $1 trillion a year more than we were bringing in about 3, spending about 4. This was inexcusable then. It would be inexcusable now, except that we're making it much, much worse. Last year, we took in about $3 trillion, and we spent $3.6 trillion, borrowing and then printing close to $4 trillion additional dollars. What does this do? Well, it makes all Americans just a little bit poorer, especially those living on a relatively fixed income. And so this is troubling when we do that. We ought to be concerned when we do that. Inflation numbers that are coming out all the time, including some that I've heard about the first time today, indicate that everything's getting more expensive. And what are we doing? Well, we're on track to spend another $1.2 trillion, including $550 billion of new spending, which the bill's proponents claim is paid for when most of it isn't paid for. And that portion of it that is paid for is, in one way or another, often paid for in a way that will inure to the detriment of poor middle-class Americans. This is concerning. It's also concerning that one of the other pay-for provisions, the one focused on cryptocurrency, focuses on an industry that's rapidly developing within the United States, that depends on a lot of innovation happening in the United States. One of these pay-for provisions seeks to bring in more revenue to the federal government, or at least to promise more revenue to the federal government, with the promise of requiring those who buy and sell cryptocurrency to treat it the same way as they would the exchange of securities. Mr. President, this is very different than securities. These aren't just stocks. It's something very different. It's a medium of exchange that, if adopted more widely, could facilitate a lot of economic activity and a lot of innovation within the United States of America. If, in fact, we pass this bill, mark my words, it's going to have a chilling effect on innovation within this sector. And what you'll see is the flight of innovation and investment related to innovation to offshore locations around the globe. Places outside the United States may well be the ones to reap the benefit associated with the loss here in the United States if we adopt an unproven, untested, unknown strategy for dealing with something, trying to adopt many decades-old regulatory policies to a completely new form of exchange, one that, by the way, values very highly the privacy of those who exchange in it. And so if what you're going to do is take away that value by requiring that all of it be registered and publicly disclosed, and by giving the federal government the ability to peer into it, you're going to stifle innovation. You're going to make a lot of people upset, and you're going to make Americans poorer. At the heart of a lot of this is a concern that the federal government, as it takes more and more money, as it prints more and more money, as it requires Americans to work weeks or months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes, only to be told that it's not nearly enough and hasn't been enough for many decades, because we're nearly $30 trillion in debt. But it's still not enough, because we're still going to borrow and print more. It's insulting to them, and it's especially insulting to them when you tell them that in connection with the same legislation that also includes other intrusions into their privacy. For example, there's a pilot program called for in this legislation that would be created by this legislation that would be designed specifically to monitor how many miles someone drives in a year. Now, this has long been a fantasy of a number of people who would like to see the federal government tracking miles driven by every motorist in America. Now, Mr. President, we all know that there's almost no way to achieve this that wouldn't excessively interfere with the privacy rights of every man, woman, and child in America. Look, the American people are fine with a government that makes sure that we're safe from foreign aggressors, that regulates interstate and foreign commerce, that coins money and regulates the value thereof, that adopts a uniform set of bankruptcy laws, immigration laws, protects trademarks, copyrights, and patents. What they do not want is a nanny. What they do not want is a snooping device added to every car that will track them, that will track where they and their families are going. It's none of their darn business. Keep the federal government out of this. Look, whether you want more government spending or not, chances are, if you're listening to this, you probably are concerned, regardless of what political hat you wear, regardless of who you voted for in recent presidential or congressional elections. You probably don't want the federal government in your car, monitoring your every move, going where you're going. We know that when governments do that, when they start to assume that everything is government's business, bad things happen. It ends in tears and wars. That's none of the federal government's darn business. We don't want the federal government even developing technology to start snooping on every person's every move. Which brings me to yet another intrusion on personal privacy and liberty in this legislation, Section 24220. Calls for the development, and within just a few years, the formalization and finalization of regulations that would require passenger vehicles manufactured and sold within the United States to have a device that would passively measure the blood alcohol content of the driver and do so in a way that would inhibit or at least impair the ability of the vehicle to operate if the vehicle, in its infinite wisdom, was able to ascertain that the blood alcohol content of the driver was over 0.8. Now, look, we're all for stopping drunk driving. It's terrible. It results in countless lives lost. But, Mr. President, we can all see a lot of things that can go wrong with that. Setting aside for a minute the constitutional implications of the intrusiveness of putting technology in every passenger vehicle that requires at the outset, without any finding that anyone has done anything wrong, that requires you to take a test mandated by the federal government every time you want to do something as simple as turn on your car. Then let's consider what happens when, with such a technology, which to my knowledge doesn't yet exist, with such a technology, assuming it's able to come into existence because of these burdensome regulations in a few years, that technology, if they're able to develop it, is going to be costly. Who does that hurt? Well, you guessed it, poor and middle-class America, who will all of a sudden find that every passenger vehicle will become a lot more expensive. It's just the way it works. When we mandate the creation of new federal regulations, and those federal regulations apply to any new automobile sold in the United States, the price of new automobiles goes up. And in the case of a particularly novel, particularly sophisticated technology like this one, I suspect it'll go up a lot. This may not be troubling to the millionaires and billionaires out there who don't feel the pinch of that, but to everyone else, the 99% of all Americans, more than that, I suppose, this hurts. Moreover, what happens when that technology malfunctions? Not if, but when. Look, we've all had cars that will malfunction for one reason or another. And oftentimes it's basic security devices, something as simple as that annoying beeper that goes off until you put your seatbelt on. Sometimes some people will put their seatbelt on and it still pings. That's a terribly annoying nuisance when that happens. The consequences are much more deeply felt. They're much more severe if someone gets in the car, whether it's to go to work, to come home from work, to take a loved one to the doctor or the hospital, and it doesn't work. Look, glitches happen. And if you're talking about adding an override to a vehicle, maybe that override to the vehicle mistakenly thinks that it smells alcohol. Maybe it doesn't like the aftershave or cologne you're wearing on that particular day. Maybe the whole thing stops working and your car stops working with it. This isn't one of those things where you can just open up the hood and find the presence of an on-off switch, as Jerry Seinfeld might have put it many years ago. No, this is much more sophisticated technology that the average, hardworking American isn't going to be able to fix quickly. They won't even be able to see it. There again, they're going to face more costs as they take their vehicle into the shop to have it evaluated by a certified technician capable of dealing with that brand new, very sophisticated, very expensive technology. So with each of these things, Mr. President, we see something of a common theme. The federal government, which already plays too prominent a role in too many people's lives, which is already taxing us too much, spying on us too much, and considering everything under the sun its business. We're making even more things its business, from cryptocurrency to where and how far you drive your car to whether you can operate your car at all. We're doing all of this so that we can spend even more federal money on even more federal infrastructure projects, which are even more expensive by virtue of the fact that we're dealing with federal dollars, for the simple reason that compliance with all the federal regulations that accompany the expenditure of federal infrastructure dollars costs a lot of money. In many states like mine, it can cost 20, 30%, sometimes even more, on top of what it would cost if these were just state revenues that they were spending. So I'd ask the question, is it worth it? I'd ask the question, do we want Big Brother knowing our every move? I'd ask the question, do we want a government that's already requiring you to work weeks or months out of every year just to pay your federal taxes? Do you want it printing even more money, making sure that the dollars that you spend, which are finite, limited, and sacred, will go even less far? I think not, and I urge my colleagues who support this legislation to reconsider.
President.
Senior Senator from Illinois is
For the
recognized.
information of members, we are planning to have a vote at 5 o'clock today on the confirmation of Eunice Lee to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. I wanted members to make their plans accordingly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, and then I will be asking unanimous consent to consider legislation. We included the Restaurant Revitalization Fund in our March legislation on COVID relief. We did that because of all of the industries affected by COVID-19. Restaurants have been some of the most difficult businesses to survive COVID-19. They were ordered by government basically to shut down at the beginning of COVID-19. Then, as we started to make progress, they were at much restricted operations. And even to this day, restaurants are still not up to their full capacity. Their revenues have been very much decimated as a result of COVID-19. We came together in March with bipartisan legislation in order to do something about that. And we included that in our legislation, $28.6 billion of relief for restaurants. Now, what it did is cover some of their revenue loss as a result of COVID-19. It gave them a lifeline to be able to survive this pandemic. And we projected that $28.6 billion would be the need, but we were wrong. We were wrong because COVID-19 was more severe than we thought. Restaurants were more badly damaged than we had anticipated, and there was a great deal of more demand and need than the $28.6 billion. We are now being told by the Small Business Administration that the right number was $71.3 billion, or an additional $42.7 billion that is needed. I've introduced bipartisan legislation to provide this additional authority to the SBA to complete this program. It's bipartisan. My partner in this is Senator Wicker. We're joined by Senator Schumer, Senator Murkowski, Senator Cantwell, Senator Ernst, Senator Sinema, Senator Cassidy, Senator Stabenow, and Senator Hyde-Smith. And I might add, there are many, many more senators on both sides of the aisle that very much support our efforts to live up to our commitment. Now, why do we need to take this up right now? This is a matter of life or death for many restaurants in our community. There's also a matter of fairness. We have two restaurants side by side in the exact same circumstances, submitting their applications on the same day, having the exact same need. Both were advised that they would get funding. One got funding before the $28.6 billion was exhausted. The other that was told that they were going to get funding, they won't get funding unless we act. That's not right. There's a matter of the credibility of the United States Senate and of Congress and of government. We say we're going to do something, we should live up to our commitments. The urgency of getting this done is now. I don't think there's a senator in this chamber who hasn't heard from restaurants in their state about how badly they need these funds and how they thought these funds were going to be in their bank and they're no longer in this bank. I've heard from so many senators directly about this. The urgency is now. And let me just anticipate one other argument that I might hear. And that is, well, where are we getting this money from? Well, Mr. President, legislation before us takes $36 billion out of the small business programs. $36 billion. So this is paid for by the rescissions that have been made in this legislation that we are considering that's before us today. So for all those reasons, this is a fiscally responsible thing to do. And then lastly, let me say, before I yield the floor to the majority leader, let me say that
We made a commitment to help our small businesses. We did that, Democrats and Republicans working together. In some cases, we overestimated the dollars that we need. In some cases, we underestimated the dollars that we need. But we always came back and provided the full funding for the programs we've authorized. And in total, it's not much different than has previously been authorized. This is a matter of fairness and a matter of absolute need that we provide the extra money now for the restaurants. And before I make my unanimous consent request, I would yield the floor so the majority leader can get the floor.
Well, I thank
Majority Leader is recognized.
I thank my good friend from Maryland for offering this UC and strongly and fervently support it. I've been proud to join Senators Cardin and Sinema in leading the fight to provide direct relief to this industry. We all know restaurants were particularly hard hit during COVID, and the idea that they have all recovered is just so far from the truth. You know, any business where people had to gather were hit hard, hit the hardest. Restaurants at the very top of the list. And they're a lifeblood to our cities and our communities. They, of course, are a place where people get food, but they get community. They join together. They feel roots, whether it's a small town or a large city. Restaurants in neighborhood after neighborhood, community after community, are often the glue that makes communities tick. And they were hurt. The funds that we provided a lifeline to 100,000 applicants across the country. In my state of New York, $3.6 billion went to 9,775 restaurants. But the job wasn't done. They ran out of money long before restaurants were helped. And anyone who thinks our restaurants are out of trouble, I just ate at one last night, a Polish couple, Greenpoint, lovely little restaurant. Are you hurting? Yes, we might go under. And this story could be repeated in restaurant after restaurant after restaurant. In New York, 27,000 restaurants are waiting in desperation. These are hardworking people, very hardworking people. They struggle. They put their all, their whole heart and soul into the business and provide, as I said, often the glue for our communities. This legislation is fair. It is smart. It is right. We will get economic payback over and over and over again from keeping these restaurants going because they employ so many people, contract with so many independent suppliers and others. It just makes such sense. It's almost cruel to tell these restaurants, you're on your own now, when through no fault of their own they suffered through with COVID. So I strongly support this proposal by Senator Cardin. We're going to keep at it and keep at it and keep at it because our restaurants so desperately need the help. It was bipartisan in the past. Let's keep it bipartisan, but let's get the job done. Our restaurants need help, and our communities, our cities, our rural towns, our suburbs will be so rewarded when these restaurants are allowed to continue to stay open and to flourish. I thank the Senator for his leadership.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank Senator Schumer for his comments. Agree completely with everything you said. Just make one additional point before I make my unanimous consent request. What I'm asking for now has been what we have been following in regards to small business relief. Let me remind our colleagues that we work together, Democrats and Republicans, to craft the programs that help small business and save so many small businesses in our community. We misprojected the cost of the Paycheck Protection Program, not by $30 or $40 billion, by over $300 billion when we set it up. And we came back, Democrats and Republicans, lived up to our commitment and made the funds available that all small businesses could get fair treatment and equitable treatment under the Paycheck Protection Program. I'm asking my colleagues to do the exact same thing we did for the Paycheck Protection Program for the Restaurant Revitalization Program. And as already pointed out, there's been funds taken away from the small business programs under the bill we're considering on the floor today to almost the same amount that we're asking in supplemental funds. And with that, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 2675, introduced earlier today, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Junior senator from Kentucky is recognized.
the Treasury has been so thoroughly looted that we are incurring debt at a record-setting and alarming pace. Never in the history of our country have we incurred so much debt so fast. Our national debt now exceeds $28 trillion. It is now at 128% of our GDP. And we are asked by the Democrat Party to add $48 billion without so much as a could we have a debate in committee? So much as even a word spoken over this. We're just going to add $48 billion with no discussion. It's a huge mistake. Now, it has been alleged that, well, the thing is that the restaurants are suffering because of COVID. No, they're suffering because Democrat governors locked them down. This is a man-made phenomenon. The economic disaster that we are in, that restaurants are in, is completely and entirely caused by Democrat governors. In my state, they're suing the Democrat governor because he won't let them open up. This is a man-made phenomenon. So if you reward a man-made phenomenon, you'll get more of it. You reward Democrat governors who've shut these restaurants down, guess what? They'll shut them down longer. The longer you give money to Democrat governors for their lockdown policies, the more lockdowns you'll get. We need to open up the country. We need to learn to live with this disease. As tragic as it has been, we need to learn to live with it, but the lockdowns have not worked. Closing the restaurants did not work, did not change the trajectory of this virus one iota. The only thing that is changing the trajectory of this virus now is the vaccine plus natural immunity. Closing restaurants did nothing and is doing nothing except for devastating the bottom line of restaurants. So with that, Mr. President, I would object to the unanimous consent.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
I regret the position of my colleague from Kentucky. I just really want to point out we have had hearings in our committee, Small Business Committee, in which the Restaurant Revitalization Act was very much brought up during the hearing. We've been receiving timely information about this program and how it's been implemented and the need for additional funds. So our committee has had ample opportunity to question how the program is being administered and the need for additional funds. I also regret that my colleague is holding the restaurants pretty much hostage and saying it's all right for us to give money to some but not others, when the administration of this was compromised because of a court case, and certain restaurants are now desperate as a result of not having adequate funds. I'm encouraged by the comments of the Majority Leader, Senator Schumer, that we will continue to focus on this issue. I can tell you it's urgent. We really need to deal with this immediately, and we'll be looking for every available opportunity to treat our restaurants equitably and fairly and provide the money that's needed to implement the restaurant revitalization program. I regret that we're not able to act today because of the senator's objection. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The Assistant Majority Leader is recognized.
I'd just like to add a word and thank the Senator from Maryland for his leadership and Senator from New York for supporting this. And to reflect for a moment on the comments of the objector, the Senator from Kentucky. His exact words were, we've got to learn to live with this. Unfortunately, people are not living with this. They're getting infected and dying. And to accept the status quo and to somehow make it a partisan issue that it's the Democratic governors that are responsible for what's going on here is a sad oversimplification. In fact, it's tragic. We know what's happening. We have a new variant of this COVID-19 virus that has emerged because it is still on the loose, and it is changing by the day. We think the Delta variant is dangerous, maybe dramatically more contagious than the original virus. We know that even people who've been vaccinated can unknowingly transmit this disease, the new Delta variant, and we know that it's taken a deadly toll on 90% of the patients who were not vaccinated and were subjected to the illness that came about. I just want to say in general, I couldn't agree more with Senator Schumer and Senator Cardin that restaurants in our cities are really the lifeblood. Whether it's my hometown of Springfield, Illinois, or Chicago, which I'm honored to represent, I will tell you, these restaurants are still struggling. And as they struggle, our city struggles. And people that I know really measure where we are as an American nation recovering by the vibrancy of these restaurant businesses, the ones that are our favorites and bring us together. They've done their part. We should do our part to give them a helping hand. Let's get through this pandemic together. We certainly are not going to do it by saying that we have to accept the Delta variant and whatever else follows is just the natural course of things. We have it within our power to change that. More vaccinations and more careful use of masks and social distancing will make a difference, can make a real difference in this country. Until we come to grips with that reality, we're going to continue to face these devastating disappointments. Again, thanks to the Senator from Maryland for bringing this before us. I hope he'll continue to offer it. I yield the floor.
I would suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
Majority Leader is
I
recognized.
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed
Without
with.
objection, so ordered.
Now, in a minute, I'm going to ask to vote on confirmation for Eunice Lee to be the United States Circuit Judge on the Second Circuit. She's an amazing person. I interviewed her and recommended her to the President. She'll be the only public defender on the Second Circuit. We've had very, very few public defenders on that circuit, and largely on our federal bench. They tend to be prosecutors, partners in big law firms. We're changing all that and getting people who have different walks of life, like public defenders, like people from the ACLU, like people from different organizations, so we have a new perspective on the bench. And she's a phenomenal person. I'm so proud that she will now get on the bench. So I ask that the Senate now vote on confirmation of the Lee nomination to be United States Circuit Judge.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Eunice C. Lee of New York to be United States Circuit Judge for the Second Circuit.
The question is on the nomination.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Ball, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Resch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Durbin, Feinstein, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Van Hollen, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Fisher, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Murkowski, Paul, Portman, Risch, Romney, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Wicker. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Hoven, no. So, Mr. Manchin, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table. The President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate will resume legislative session. The Senator from Illinois.
Absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that time during any recess, adjournment, or period of morning business count post-cloture.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
For the information of all senators, the Senate will convene at noon tomorrow and resume consideration of the infrastructure bill. I yield the floor. Note the absence of quorum.
You can, but you didn't say anything about working on amendments. You don't have to. You're good.
Mr. President, we've been
Majority
working
Leader.
hard all day on amendments, and hopefully we can come to some agreement tomorrow, but the time is burning as we go forward. So for the information of members, keep working, and we'll resume at 12. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations en bloc, calendar numbers 249, 271, and 166, and that the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that any statements related to the nominations be printed in the record, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of the Interior, Brian Todd Newland of Michigan to be an Assistant Secretary. Department of Defense, Carlos Del Toro of Virginia to be Secretary of the Navy. Sorry. Department of Defense, Christopher Paul Meyer of California to be an Assistant Secretary.
Question occurs on the nominations en bloc. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The nominations are confirmed.
Ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 343 submitted earlier today.
Clerk will report.
S-Res 343, relative to the death of the Honorable Maurice Robert Gravel, former senator from the state of Alaska.
Is there objection proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today at recess until 12 noon Sunday, August 8th, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed, that upon conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of H.R. 3684. I'd like to amend the unanimous consent request to say that I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, that it adjourn until 12 noon Sunday, and so forth.
Is there objection? Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the provisions of S-Res 343.
Under the previous order and pursuant to S-Res 343, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon on Sunday, August 8th, 2021, and does so as a further mark of respect to the late Maurice Robert Mike Gravel, former senator from the state of Alaska.